The sound of champagne flutes clinking and joyful laughter was a symphony of my impending happiness. In 2 hours I, Ilara, would marry the man I had loved since we were children. The man I had saved, nurtured and built a life with. Leo stood by the window, his silhouette outlined by the afternoon sun, and my heart swelled. He was my dream, my future, my everything. I walked over, the silk of my robe whispering against the floor. "Can you believe it, Leo? Today's the day." He turned, and for a fleeting second I saw something in his eyes I couldn't place. A shard of ice in the warm hazel I adored. I dismissed it as pre-wedding nerves. "It's here," he said, his voice flat. Before I could ask what was wrong, his hand shot out and gripped my arm, his fingers like steel. Confusion, then fear lanced through me. "Leo? What are you doing?" He didn't answer. His other hand reached behind him, and my eyes widened in disbelief as he produced a sledgehammer, its heavy head glinting dully. This wasn't real. This was a nightmare. "Leo, no." The world exploded in white, searing agony. A sickening crack, louder than any celebratory firework, echoed in the lavish suite. I crumbled to the floor, the impact nothing compared to the violation tearing through my body. My spine. He had shattered my spine. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel my legs. I lay there, gasping like a fish on a marble jetty, my elegant makeup smearing with sweat and tears. I looked up at him, at the man who had just promised to love and cherish me, and saw only pure, undiluted hatred. "Why?" I managed to choke out the word, a ragged sob. He glared down at me, his face a mask of cold fury. "Why? You have the nerve to ask why? Do you not remember Clara? The girl you got killed 10 years ago. Clara." The name was a ghost that had haunted the edges of our relationship, a specter I thought we'd laid to rest. How could I forget? She was the quiet girl from our high school, the one Leo had worked with at a dessert shop, the one whose desperate phone call had come on the most important day of his young career. His new company, which my father had helped fund, was on the brink of a deal that would secure its future. We were in a meeting with investors when Leo's phone rang. He'd answered, and his face had drained of color. Clara was sobbing. Her father was forcing her to marry a man she despised, and she was begging Leo to save her. He jumped to his feet, ready to abandon everything. And I, thinking of the team, the investors, the future we were building, had stopped him. "The civil office doesn't open until 2:30, I'd pleaded, trying to be the voice of reason. "We can finish this meeting and there will still be time. Leo, this company isn't just about you. Think of everyone else." His expression had been furious, but I'd stood my ground. In the end he'd stayed. We'd secured the deal. And by the time we rushed to find Clara, it was too late. In her panic, she'd run into the street and was killed by a speeding car. The guilt had eaten me alive. It was Leo who had held me, who had wiped my tears and told me it wasn't my fault. It was Leo who had helped me move on, who had loved me back to life. Or so I had believed. Now, standing over my broken body, he snarled, "If you hadn't insisted on stopping me that day, she wouldn't have died. You're the one who killed her." His roar dragged me from the memory. I stared at the venom in his eyes and suddenly found it all laughable. A bitter, broken sound escaped my lips. "But, you told me it wasn't my fault. You comforted me." "It was all a lie," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Every touch, every word for 10 years. A disguise. I let you live in comfort for a decade. What more do you want? You owe Claire the rest of your life. Crawling like a dog is the only fate you deserve." Tears I could no longer feel on my cheeks streamed into my hair. He was a stranger. A monster I had invited into my heart. He coldly outlined his plan. He would go downstairs and tell our guests I had run away. He would take control of my father's company. He would have me declared dead and lock me in a basement, a prisoner in the dark for the rest of my days. How can you do this?" I whispered, my voice thick with despair and a rising tide of rage. "We've known each other for over 20 years. How can you be so cruel? Do you seriously think I ever felt anything for you?" he replied, his tone glacial. "I have only ever loved Clara in this life." His words were 1,000 arrows piercing my soul. The pain was so acute I coughed, a spray of blood speckling the pristine floor. I raised my bloodshot eyes to his. "But have you ever thought?" I rasped. "If I hadn't stopped you that day, would you have any of this? This wealth? This power?" He didn't even hesitate. "If I could trade it all to bring her back, I'd rather be poor for the rest of my life. I laughed then, a raw, broken sound of utter defeat. I had loved him for over a decade and I had been nothing but a punchline in his tragic love story. Later, as smoke began to curl under the door, a fire he had likely set to cover his tracks, I didn't panic. As the flames licked closer, wrapping me in a final, searing embrace, all I felt was a profound, soul-crushing regret. If time could start over, I swore to whatever gods were listening I would never love Leo again. I would never help him. I would ensure he lived and died in the poverty he claimed to prefer. Maybe the universe was listening. As the heat consumed me, I closed my eyes. And when I opened them again, I was back. The world snapped into focus with the jarring ring of a cell phone. I was standing in a familiar conference room, surrounded by the eager, young faces of our startup team. Blueprints and financial projections were scattered across the table. And there at the head was Leo, his face not yet carved with the lines of hatred I remembered, but tense with anticipation. My heart hammered against my ribs. The air felt different, lighter, charged with a potential I had forgotten. I was 20 again. This was the day. Leo's phone kept ringing. He glanced at the screen and his expression shifted from professional focus to acute anxiety. He excused himself and stepped away to answer. I didn't need to hear the conversation to know what was happening. It was Clara. Her father was forcing her to marry. She was crying, begging for her knight in shining armor. I watched him, my blood running cold. This was the moment that had defined my first life. The moment of my greatest mistake. Not in stopping him but in believing his subsequent lies. He ended the call and turned to us, his face pale. I have to go. It's an emergency. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the team. Leo, the meeting with Apex Corporation is in 20 minutes, one of my colleagues, Mark, said. This deal is everything. It's Clara, Leo said, his voice tight. She's in trouble. Her father. I have to go to her. He moved to leave, but several of the team physically blocked his path, their voices a chorus of reason and panic. You can't. This will sink us. Leo's face darkened, a preview of the man he would become. Get out of my way. If you stop me, we're not friends anymore. I stood in the corner watching it all unfold. The searing hatred I had carried from my death was a living thing in my chest, but I forced it down. I needed to be cold. Calculated. I walked forward, my steps steady, my voice calm. Everyone turned to look at me. Leo's eyes held a plea, expecting me, his loyal Alara, to take his side. This deal with Apex is important to every one of us, I said, my gaze locked on him. If you want to leave, we can't stop you. But we won't pay the price for your selfishness. Leo looked stunned. Alara, you of all people. I cut him off. You want to go? Fine. But if you walk out that door, you sever all ties with this company. You forfeit your shares, your position, everything. Agree to that and we'll let you go. The room fell silent. This was not the supportive girlfriend they knew. This was someone new. You can't be serious, he breathed. I have never been more serious, I replied, my voice like steel. Your startup capital came from my father. Your shares are the only thing of value you have here. Sign them over and you are free to be her hero. The desperation to get to Clara Ward with his ambition. But with panic clouding his judgment, the hero complex won. Fine. Whatever. Just let me go. But that wasn't enough. I'd been prepared for this. I opened my laptop, pulled up a pre-drafted contract for the transfer of his shares, and slid it across the table with a pen. Sign it. He barely glanced at the document, scrawling his name with a furious flourish. He probably thought I would never enforce it, that this was just a dramatic bluff. He had no idea that with that signature he was signing away his future. Without a backward glance, he stormed out. The room was left in a stunned silence. He really left, Mark whispered, his face ashen. What do we do now? I picked up the contract, folded it neatly and placed it in my bag. Then I gathered the presentation materials. If he could walk out on all of you on a day like today, it shows he never cared about this company or any of you. I looked at each of them in turn. Someone like that isn't worth keeping. Scope. Without him we can still succeed. I led the shell-shocked team to the meeting. In my previous life I had been the quiet force behind Leo, feeding him ideas, smoothing over his rough edges, but letting him take the spotlight. No more. This time I took the lead. I delivered the presentation with a confidence born of a decade of hindsight. I answered the tough questions, negotiated the terms, and secured a deal that was even better than the one we'd gotten before. When we walked out of the Apex offices, the deal was sealed. Mark looked at me with newfound respect. I never knew you had that in you, Ilara. I gave a small, grim smile. Of course I was capable. I had always been capable. I had just chosen to bury my light for a man who would eventually extinguish it completely. We returned to the office, the mood a mix of euphoria and lingering shock at Leo's abandonment. An hour later my phone buzzed. It was a text from Leo. I'm with Clara. He's safe. It was a close call, but I got to her before they made it to the civil office. I'll be back at the office tomorrow. We need to talk about what happened. I stared at the message. He thought he could just waltz back in. He thought his little act of heroism erased his betrayal of the team. He had no idea that the ground had already shifted beneath his feet. The game had changed and I was now the one making the rules. I didn't reply. I had a company to run and a revenge to orchestrate. Let him have his moment with Clara. It would make his eventual fall so much sweeter. Leo returned to the office a week later. He walked in with an air of expectation, as if he were a conquering hero returning to his kingdom. There was no trace of guilt, only a faint smugness that made my skin crawl. He started giving orders, trying to slip back into his role as the leader as if his dramatic exit had never happened. That's when I stood up and threw the signed contract onto his desk. According to this agreement, I said, my voice cool and clear, I'm buying out all of your shares. I've calculated the value. After offsetting the startup capital my father provided, we're even. I've packed your personal belongings. You can take them and go. His face went through a series of transformations. Confusion, disbelief, and finally, dark anger. Ilara, this joke has gone far enough. I'm not joking, I said flatly. I don't believe someone who could so irresponsibly abandon his team on such an important day has any right to lead this company. That day I gave you a choice. The company or Clara. You chose Clara. So now you live with the consequences. I went to save her, he shouted, his composure cracking. What, was I just supposed to let her be sold off? And the rest of us were just collateral damage? I shot back, my own anger rising to the surface. Leo, can you look me in the eye and tell me you feel nothing for her? That all those secret meetings in college meant nothing? The color drained from his face. He hadn't known that I knew. He didn't answer my question. Instead he sneered, looking at the rest of the team who were watching the scene unfold with grim satisfaction. You all really think you can succeed without me? You'll be begging me to come back. With that final arrogant declaration he grabbed his box of things and stormed out. The silence he left behind was thick with finality. I wasn't done, however. I needed to know the full extent of his betrayal. I had already hired a private investigator, and the report arrived later that day. As I suspected, Leo had never cut ties with Clara. Throughout the latter part of high school and all through college they had been meeting in secret. There were hotel records, cozy dinners, a whole parallel life he had been living. Then I opened a video file attached to the report and my blood ran cold. It was Clara playing with a cat. But not just any cat. It was Machi, the fluffy white Persian my grandmother had given me before she passed. Machi had gone missing during my first year of college. I had searched for weeks, heartbroken, and had fallen seriously ill from the stress. I never found him. I immediately called the investigator. The cat. How did she get it? His answer chilled me to the bone. It wasn't that she found it, Ms. Ilara. Leo gave it to her. Apparently she saw it at your house one day and begged him for it. He took it while you were out. I sank into my chair, nausea washing over me. He knew how much Machi meant to me. He had seen my grief, held me while I cried, and all the while he knew exactly where my beloved cat was. His words of comfort, whoever has him will love him, he's too sweet not to, now sounded like the most grotesque mockery. Where is Machi now? I asked, dread coiling in my stomach. The investigator hesitated. Ms. Ilara, the cat is dead. Claire, she abused him. I hacked her computer. There are videos. Do you want to see them? My vision swam. Send them, I whispered, my voice trembling with a fury so profound it felt like a physical force. The videos came through. With shaking hands I pressed play. And I witnessed my worst nightmare. Clara, her face contorted with a jealousy I didn't understand, was screaming at my helpless cat. So you're rich, huh? You think you're so special. She had her hands around his neck, shaking him. Then when he struggled and scratched her, she slammed him against the floor and began beating him with a thick book. His pitiful, terrified cries were a sound that would be seared into my soul for eternity. I vomited into the trash can beside my desk. When I emerged, my eyes were dry, my resolve hardened into diamond. Hatred was no longer a strong enough word. This was a crusade. I got Clara's address from the investigator. It was an apartment. My family's apartment, the one my father had bought for Leo to live in during college. The one he had told me he needed space in. He had moved his mistress into my family's property. I drove there in a blind rage. I banged on the door until it swung open, revealing a startled Clara. She quickly masked her surprise with a simpering, timid act. "Alara, you're here to see Leo? He's not home." I didn't say a word. I just stared until she started to squirm. "I know you and Leo are close," she rambled. "I didn't want to stay here, but he was worried about me being in a hotel. But don't worry, we're completely innocent. My grandmother gave me a cat," I said, my voice dangerously calm. He disappeared. I was heartbroken. "Tell me, where do you think my cat ended up?" Her face stiffened. How would I know?" "You really don't know?" I took a step forward. "Didn't you beg Leo to steal him for you?" The act dropped instantly. A smug, vicious look crossed her features. "Yeah, the cat ended up with me," she said. "But I never begged. I just mentioned how much I liked him and Leo brought him to me. Since you know that, you must know what kind of relationship we really have. He loves me. He can't stand you. If it weren't for your father's influence, he wouldn't even talk to you. So why don't you just back out gracefully?" The words had barely left her mouth when my hand connected with her face. The slap echoed in the hallway. I didn't stop. I hit her again and again, then grabbed a tennis racket leaning by the door and beat her with it until it splintered in my hands. She collapsed, a bruised and sobbing heap on the floor. "You want Leo? Take him," I snarled. "But you touched my cat. That I will never forgive." It was at that moment that Leo returned. He took in the scene, saw Clara broken on the floor, and his face twisted into a mask of rage. "Alara, how dare you?" I laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "How dare I? How dare you steal my grandmother's cat and give him to this monster?" He had the audacity to look dismissive. "Okay, that was wrong. But you have everything, Alara. Missing a cat isn't going to ruin your life. Clara has had nothing. That cat made her happy." I stared at him, truly seeing the pathetic, soulless creature he was for the first time. Without a word, I stepped forward and punched him in the face with all my strength. There was a crunch and he staggered back, spitting blood and a fragment of tooth. "I've been in a terrible mood today," I said coldly. "But after hitting you, I feel much better." "Get out," he roared. "You're telling me to leave?" I laughed. "Did you forget who paid for this apartment?" "My father did. His name is on the deed. You and your little pet get the hell out. Now." The confrontation that followed stripped him of every last shred of dignity. He tried to leave with the belongings my family had paid for, but I had security stop him at the door. I made them strip down to their underwear, forcing them to leave behind every stitch of clothing bought with our money. They left in cheap, ill-fitting outfits bought with the last of Leo's cash, humiliated and seething. As they stood on the curb glaring at me with pure hatred, Leo hissed, "You'll pay for this, Alara. You'll regret everything." I looked at him, this boy I had once loved, this man I now despised, and felt nothing but icy certainty. "No, Leo," I said softly. "The regret is only just beginning for you." The days after evicting Leo and Clara were a whirlwind of controlled fury. I sat down with my parents and laid out the entire sordid story. I showed them the investigator's report, the video of Clara abusing Machi, and explained the decade-long deception Leo had planned. The betrayal etched on my father's face was a physical pain to witness. He had loved Leo like a son. His grief quickly morphed into a cold, determined rage. He had built his business from nothing, and he knew how to dismantle things just as effectively. Using every connection and favor at his disposal, he systematically set out to destroy any chance Leo had at a career. Phone calls were made. Doors that were once open to the promising young entrepreneur were now permanently, irrevocably slammed shut. I, meanwhile, focused on the court of public opinion. I discreetly spread the truth among our professional network and former classmates. The story of the ungrateful orphan taken in and raised by a generous family, who repaid them by stealing from their daughter, deceiving her for years and being complicit in the torture of her beloved pet, spread like wildfire. The image of Leo as a golden boy was replaced by that of a backstabbing, duplicitous user. No reputable company would touch him. His attempts to start another business failed as potential partners, once they heard the rumors, suddenly found reasons not to invest. He was toxic. I kept a discreet watch on them. Clara, ever the believer in his potential, stayed by his side through the first few months of rejections and failures. But I had one more card to play. I had someone leak their new shabby address to Clara's family. Her father and brother were vultures, men who saw their daughter/sister only as a potential source of income. They descended upon the couple's cramped apartment, demanding money, causing scenes, and draining what little resources Leo had managed to scrape together. Clara, trapped between her parasitic family and her failing prince, grew haggard and worn. A year passed. Our company under my leadership flourished. I used the knowledge from my first life, the trends, the missteps, the opportunities, to steer us to success years ahead of schedule. I was no longer the shadow behind the throne. I was the CEO, respected and feared in my own right. I heard through the grapevine that Leo, worn down by constant failure and the leeching presence of Clara's family, had given up. The high-paying jobs he felt he deserved weren't there, and he was too proud for the low-paying ones. Desperation began to set in. It was around this time that he started spending more time with Clara's father and brother at the local gambling dens. The lure of easy money was a siren call to a man who had lost everything and lacked the character to rebuild it honestly. I attended a university reunion in our second year after graduation. I went for one reason only. The class president had told me Leo would be there. I needed to see his downfall with my own eyes. I needed that final visceral proof that my revenge was complete. I arrived at the upscale restaurant to a chorus of warm greetings. Many of my former classmates now worked for me and their respect was genuine. I was the success story. Halfway through the evening he finally showed up. A collective, uncomfortable silence fell over the room. The change in him was shocking. He was thin, his clothes were cheap and slightly too large, and his eyes held a hollow, defeated look. He had failed too many classes after abandoning his studies for his failed ventures and hadn't even graduated. He mumbled a few greetings, which were returned with polite coldness, then retreated to a corner where he proceeded to devour the appetizers as if he hadn't eaten in days. After a while, I excused myself to go to the restroom. When I stepped out into the hall, he was waiting for me. Before I could speak, he dropped to his knees. The sound of his knees hitting the marble floor was sickening. He began slapping his own face hard. "Alara, I was wrong. I was so wrong," he cried, tears streaming down his face. "I didn't realize until now. The only person I truly love is you. Just you. Please forgive me. Let's start over." I looked down at this pathetic creature, this shell of the man who had shattered my spine and left me to burn. I felt nothing but a cold, clean contempt. I leaned in close, my voice a whisper only he could hear. "But that's not what you said before, is it? You said you only loved her. That if being with her meant living in poverty for the rest of your life, you'd do it gladly. Have you forgotten?" He stared at me, his mouth agape shock wiping away the tears. "Do you remember what you did to me?" I continued, my voice trembling not with fear, but with the force of my rage. "You shattered my spine with a sledgehammer. Our hatred runs deeper than any ocean. And you want my forgiveness? How dare you?" I paused, letting the impossibility of his request sink in. Then I delivered the final blow. "And you're wrong about something else, Leo. I was reborn too." The color completely drained from his face. He understood. He knew I remembered everything. The wedding, the hammer, the fire. The look in his eyes confirmed that he, too, carried the memories of that other life. "Congratulations," I said, straightening up. "Your wish from your past life finally came true." As I turned to leave, he scrambled after me on his knees, bowing, his forehead touching the floor. "I was wrong, Alara. It was all my fault. I was blind. I was a fool. Please." When I didn't stop, his voice took on a desperate, wheedling tone. "It's okay if you don't forgive me. But, could you give me a little money? There's nothing left to eat at home." At that moment, Clara emerged from the women's restroom. She wasn't even 25, but she looked decades older, her face lined with hardship and bitterness. When she saw me, hatred flared in her eyes. She marched over and grabbed Leo's arm. "Why are you begging her?" she shrieked. "Everything that's happened to you is her fault." The image of her torturing Machi flashed before my eyes. The sound of his cries echoed in my ears. A final, perfect idea for their punishment clicked into place. I looked at Leo, who was still on his knees. "You want money?" I said, my voice icy. "If you satisfy me today, I'll give you $10,000. He didn't hesitate. He lunged at Clara, his fists flying. "Ryan, are you insane? You're hitting me for her," she screamed. "It's all your fault," he roared back, his face a mask of twisted rage. "If you hadn't seduced me, I never would have left Alara. My life wouldn't be like this. You ruined me." It wasn't enough for him to hit her. He grabbed a discarded metal rod from a nearby stack of renovation materials and began beating her with it. Her screams were shrill, pathetic, and reminded me so much of my cat's final moments. I wondered if she, in her pain, made the connection. Soon she fell silent, a broken, bleeding heap on the floor. I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no pity. Just a vast, empty boredom. The show was over. I took a thick envelope of cash from my bodyguard, flicked my wrist, and threw the bills into the air. They fluttered down around Leo like trash. I walked away without a backward glance. But as my car pulled out, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Leo was on all fours, scrambling across the dirty floor, desperately snatching up the $100 bills, one by one. It was the most poetic thing I had ever seen. Half a month after the reunion, Mark, our class president, called me. His voice was somber. "Alara, I thought you should know. Leo is dead." I was sitting in my sleek, modern office, the cityscape sprawling beneath me. I felt a strange sense of calm. "What happened?" "Turns out, after he got that money from you, he went straight back to the gambling tables. Clara's brother found out he had cash and came demanding his cut. They argued. It got violent. The brother pulled a knife. He was stabbed. Multiple times. He died on the scene." I closed my eyes. In my first life, he had hacked me to pieces with a sledgehammer of betrayal and let me burn. In this one, he had been hacked apart by blades in a squalid argument. A certain symmetry. "And Clara?" I asked. She tried to run away from the scene, screaming. She ran right into the path of a speeding car. Died instantly. I let out a slow breath. No matter how he had tried to escape it, Leo had still met a violent, bloody end. The universe, it seemed, had a way of balancing its books. "Thank you for telling me, Mark." I hung up the phone and sat in the silence for a long time. The searing hatred that had fueled me for 2 years was gone. In its place was a hollow quiet, a vast, empty plain where a city of pain had once stood. A soft meow broke the stillness. I turned to see a small ginger tabby cat stretching lazily on the sofa. This was Biscuit, a rescue my mom had brought home a few months ago, hoping to bring some light back into my life. He looked nothing like Machi. His fur was short and orange, his personality more mischievous than regal. He padded over and jumped onto my desk, butting his head against my hand. As I stroked his warm fur, a feeling of peace, fragile but real, began to seep into the hollow spaces in my chest. He wasn't a replacement. He was a new beginning. The years of pain, betrayal, and regret had twisted my life into a shape I never could have imagined. I had become hard, ruthless, a force of vengeance. And yet here I was, still standing, still breathing. The company I had built from the ashes of Leo's ambition was thriving. My parents were healthy and proud. The people around me now, my employees, my few true friends, were there by choice, not out of obligation or deception. The sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warm and golden, painting everything in a light of quiet contentment. I had taken back everything that had been stolen from me, my future, my power, my voice. I had reclaimed my narrative. Leo and Claire were gone. Their names were just echoes in a closed room, losing their power with every passing second. They had made their choices, and fate, with a little nudge from me, had delivered its final, unequivocal answer. I picked up Biscuit, his small body a warm, purring weight in my arms. He nuzzled my chin. "Welcome home," I whispered to him. And for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that conference room a decade before its time, I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I was finally home and I was going to be okay. The past was dead. My future was mine alone. The quiet after Leo's and Clara's deaths was not an empty one. It was a fertile silence, rich with possibility. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, my mind was not occupied with survival, guilt, or revenge. It was free to build. My company, Ethelgard Innovations, became my sole focus. The name was a deliberate choice, Old English for noble protection. I was building a fortress not just of wealth but of influence and security, ensuring no one could ever harm me or my family again. The knowledge from my first life was my greatest asset. I knew which tech startups were destined to explode, which markets were undervalued, and which societal shifts were on the horizon. I invested with a prescience that baffled my competitors and delighted my board. My father, once heartbroken over Leo, now watched me with a pride that outshone any business success. He began to phase out of his own company, entrusting more of its legacy to me. Our family empire was consolidating, not through marriage as he might have once hoped, but through the sheer, unassailable competence of his daughter. One evening, over a quiet dinner at my parents' house, my mother broached the subject I knew was coming. "Your father and we worry about you being alone, Elara." I looked up from my plate. Biscuit was purring in my lap, a living, breathing comfort. "I'm not alone, Mom. I have you, Dad, the company, and a cat who seems to think my lap is his throne." "You know what I mean," she said gently. "After what that boy did, we don't want you to close your heart off forever." My father grunted, stabbing a piece of asparagus. "The world is full of leeches and opportunists. She's better off sharp." "She's better off happy," my mother corrected him. I smiled, a genuine, untroubled smile. "I am happy, truly. My happiness doesn't need to look like anyone else's. It doesn't require a partner to be valid." I reached out and covered her hand with mine. "The kind of love you and Dad have is rare. I watched Leo fake it for a decade. I think I'd rather have nothing than a masterpiece of a forgery." She sighed but nodded in understanding. The ghost of Leo had taught them all a harsh lesson about the nature of appearances. Yet life has a way of challenging our resolutions. A few weeks later, I was at a high-stakes charity auction representing Ethelgard. I was there to acquire a promising piece of intellectual property from a struggling research lab. The bidding was fierce, but I was relentless. As I placed the final winning bid, I felt a pair of eyes on me. I turned. A man was watching me from across the room, not with the predatory interest I'd grown accustomed to from rivals, but with a calm, appraising curiosity. He was tall, with a quiet intensity in his gaze that was neither threatening nor fawning. He didn't approach me that night, but I saw him again a week later at a different tech summit. And again a month after that at an art gallery opening my company was sponsoring. His name was Cale Winters. He was the founder of a rival firm, Oculus Predictive Analytics, a company known for its brutal efficiency and almost unnerving accuracy. We were competitors, often vying for the same contracts and acquisitions. He was the one who had been pushing the bidding against me at the auction. Our first real interaction was not at a gala, but in a sterile conference room. We found ourselves on opposing sides of a merger negotiation. He was representing a smaller company Ethelgard was looking to absorb. I was prepared for a fight. But Cale wasn't like Leo, who led with charisma that masked a hollow core. Cale was direct, his arguments were sound, his logic impeccable. He fought hard for his client, but he was fair. He didn't resort to underhanded tactics or personal jabs. He respected the battlefield. After a long, grueling session that ended in a stalemate, he approached me as I was packing my briefcase. "You're even more formidable than your reputation suggests, Miss Vance," he said, his voice a low baritone. "As are you, Mr. Winters," I replied, not looking up. "But flattery won't get you a better deal." I wasn't flattering. I was stating a fact. He paused. "I also know you're going to win this one. Your offer, while not what my client wants, is the most logical path for their survival. They're too sentimental to see it." I finally looked at him, intrigued. "And you're not. Sentiment is a luxury in our world. One I can't often afford. I assume you feel the same." His words should have been a red flag, an echo of Leo's coldness. But it was different. With Leo, the cold was a mask over a seething pit of emotion. With Cale, it seemed to be a fundamental principle, a clarity of purpose that I recognized in myself. He wasn't hiding anything. He was simply built of stone, and he made no apologies for it. We began a cautious dance of professional respect. A shared coffee after a meeting. A debate over the ethics of AI over dinner. He never asked about my past. He never tried to charm me. He engaged my mind, challenging my ideas and acknowledging my intellect. It was a novel and strangely refreshing experience. One night, over a late working dinner, I found myself telling him about Machi. Not the horror of his death, but the joy of his life. I told him about my grandmother and how that cat was my last tangible connection to her. Kale listened, his gaze steady. When I finished, he didn't offer empty sympathy. He simply said, "The love of an animal is a pure logic. They offer loyalty, we offer care. It's an uncomplicated contract. To violate it is a profound failure of character." In that moment, I felt a crack in the fortress I had built around my heart. Not because he was trying to get in, but because he understood the blueprint of its walls. He wasn't offering me a fairy tale. He was offering me an alliance between two fortified castles. And for the first time, the prospect didn't seem terrifying. It seemed solid. My relationship with Kale progressed not with the dizzying rush of my first love with Leo, but with the steady, deliberate pace of a strategic merger. We were two CEOs, negotiating the terms of a personal alliance. There were no grand romantic gestures, only a series of quiet, mutual recognitions. He understood my driven nature because he was built the same way. He never asked me to dim my light, to step back, or to play a supporting role. Our dates were often brainstorming sessions. Our romantic getaways were trips to international tech conferences. We were partners in the truest sense of the word, and the foundation we built was one of immense respect. A year after we started seeing each other, a crisis hit. A corporate raider, a man known for his vicious tactics, set his sights on Ethelgard. He began a smear campaign, digging into my past, trying to find any dirt he could use. He unearthed the story of Leo, twisting it to paint me as a heartless woman who had ruined a poor orphaned boy. The old fear, the panic of being publicly shamed and destroyed, threatened to rise. But this time I wasn't alone. Kale didn't swoop in to save me. He didn't try to take over. Instead, he came to my office, sat down and said, "Talk me through your counter-strategy." For hours we plotted. He used the vast data mining resources of Oculus to trace the raiders' financial backing, exposing his own shady deals. I used my company's public relations arm to release a carefully curated, truthful version of my past, not as a victim but as a survivor. I spoke for the first time publicly about the pain of betrayal and the importance of protecting oneself. I didn't mention the rebirth, of course, but I spoke of learning harsh lessons young. The narrative flipped. I was no longer a victim or a villain. I was a phoenix. The attempt to break me only made my public image stronger. Through it all, Kale was my staunchest ally, my most trusted advisor. We fought the battle side by side and we won. In the quiet aftermath of that victory, he took me to the rooftop garden of his building. The city lights stretched out below us like a field of fallen stars. "What we have," he said, his gaze on the horizon, "is the most valuable asset I've ever encountered. It's rarer than any company, any stock portfolio." "What is it?" I asked, though I thought I knew the answer. "Trust," he said, turning to look at me. "Absolute, unshakable trust. I have never trusted another person the way I trust you, Alara. Not in business. Not in life." He didn't get down on one knee. He didn't produce a ring. He simply held out his hand. "I am proposing a permanent merger. A lifetime alliance. I can't offer you a simple life or a normal one. But I can offer you my unwavering loyalty, my absolute respect, and a partnership that I believe can withstand anything." I looked at his hand, then at his face, so stark and honest in the city's glow. This was not the desperate, dramatic plea of a broken Leo. This was the calm, reasoned proposition of an equal. It was the most romantic thing I had ever experienced. I placed my hand in his. "I accept your terms." Our wedding was a small, elegant affair. There were no childhood sweethearts, no illusions of fairy tales. There were two powerful people, surrounded by family and a few genuine friends, making a solemn vow to stand together. My father gave me away with tears in his eyes, not of loss but of profound joy. My mother finally stopped worrying. As I stood at the altar looking at Kale, I thought of the twisted, painful path that had led me here. The betrayal, the fire, the second chance, the vengeance. All of it had sanded me down, stripping away my naivety, until only the strongest, most resilient core remained. And that core had found its match. When the officiant pronounced us husband and wife, Kale leaned in and kissed me. It was not a kiss of passionate fire, but of solid, enduring warmth, like stone that has baked all day in the sun. It was the promise of a future built not on sand but on bedrock. 5 years later, I stood at the window of my home office, watching our 3-year-old daughter Lyra chase a fluttering butterfly in the garden below. Her laughter, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy, floated up to me. Kale came to stand behind me, his hands resting gently on my shoulders. "She has your tenacity," he murmured, watching as Lyra determinedly pursued her quarry. "And your strategic focus," I replied, leaning back against him. This was a happiness I had never dared to imagine in my first life, and had actively fought against in the early years of my second. It was a quiet, deep-rooted contentment that permeated every aspect of my existence. The ghosts of the past were just that, ghost. They no longer had the power to haunt my present. Ethelgard and Oculus had merged into a single formidable entity, Ethyloculus, under our joint leadership. We were a power couple, yes, but more importantly we were a team. We built a corporate culture that valued integrity and merit, a direct repudiation of the cutthroat, backstabbing world that had created a Leo. My parents doted on Lyra, their hearts finally, completely mended. The shadow of the orphan boy they had taken in was gone, replaced by the brilliant light of their granddaughter. One afternoon I was cleaning out the attic of my parents' old house, helping them prepare for a downsize, when I found a dusty box with my name on it. Inside were relics of my first life. Old journals, photo albums, and a small velvet box. I opened it. Inside was the engagement ring Leo had given me, a delicate, insubstantial thing I had once cherished. I held it in my palm, expecting a surge of pain or anger or even grief. But I felt nothing. It was just a piece of jewelry, connected to a story that belonged to a different person. I heard a small patter of feet and turned to see Lyra standing at the top of the attic stairs, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What's that, Mama?" I snapped the box shut. "Just an old story, sweetheart." She toddled over and climbed into my lap, a warm, solid weight. "Tell me a story." I looked down at her trusting eyes so like Kale's and her stubborn chin, which was all mine. What story would I tell her? Not one of betrayal and revenge. That was not her legacy. I would tell her a story about strength. About how her mother learned to stand on her own 2 feet. About the importance of seeing people for who they are, not who you wish them to be. I would teach her to be kind but never a doormat, to be loving but never foolish, to build her own foundations so strong that no storm could ever tear them down. The story of Leo and Clara was a cautionary tale, one I would share with her when she was much older, to illustrate the poison of entitlement and the danger of a corrupted heart. But it was not the central narrative of my life anymore. The central narrative was here in this dusty attic with my daughter in my arms. It was in the company Kale and I were building for her future. It was in the quiet dinners with my aging parents. It was in the purr of a ginger cat named Biscuit, who now slept at the foot of Lyra's bed. I had gone to hell and back. I had been burned to ash and reborn from the embers. I had wielded vengeance like a sword and built a new life like a master architect. And now, in the warm, ordinary light of a late afternoon, I had found the greatest victory of all. A peace so profound, so earned that it felt unshakable. I kissed the top of Lyra's head. "Once upon a time," I began, "there was a girl who was very, very brave." The story I would tell was not about the darkness that had tried to consume me, but about the light I had stubbornly, ferociously, chosen to build in its place. And it was a story that was only just beginning. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. "They're after your painting," the private detective asserted, "and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust." I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon, I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.